No, because it's still playing. It's doing countdown on the screen. Oh, you can close the screen, just don't exit. Like, just change another tab. Do, you can close the tab, I think. Wait, and check the internet, see? Check the internet, where's Is the light too close to you? Yes.
I'm used to bright lights, don't worry. This is not my first time on camera. This is the first time doing this class and having it filmed. Normally I do everything with my own computer and I just projector, so I have total control over it.
Yeah.
This is going to be a little bit different, but we'll adapt. Thank you very, very much for coming and doing this.
So do you think you're gonna show this? No, okay. Because the girl earlier had a hard time, she was showing this part.
We can do that with camera A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we
The
can,
camera just needs to focus right down here. Camera A can focus on me and I can move around to here.
yep.
Okay? Watch this hand.
You think it will hit? Okay. Now.
See, that's the problem. And then this is going to go around and around like watch the arm. See? That's the
Okay.
clearance you're gonna
Alright. I'll just remove the lights then.
now you know right and then right.
Yeah.
You're gonna hit.
So that I know. So I'm gonna hit there.
No, I've got to be able to put my
Okay.
hand right there. And you can, as long as I don't hit your stand right now, you're good.
I'm thinking here.
That'll work.
Not satisfied with that. How about this? Is this gonna turn?
No. All the action's going to take place right here. Everything else is going to be a camera.
I'm thinking if I can put it here.
My hand's going
Yeah.
to hit it.
It's farther away.
Where you
Okay.
hit it just a minute. No, it's perfect.
Alright.
And you're going to have your left thumbs. So you might kind of see what's actually on camera.
No, because I have to control it from there based on the script.
Right?
Yeah.
I just need to see so that I can. I'm going to have to get this
Yeah.
so you can see that right there.
Got
Clearly.
it. Yeah. If you don't mind, I could like move in closer. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like the girl earlier, I tried to move the camera closer to her every time she put something. You know. So if you don't mind me doing that, that's
Don't mind.
okay. That's good.
I'm used to guys with cameras this big walking around and sticking them in my face.
Yeah. That's good. Okay.
so that's why I give everybody the other. On Facebook, I'm Steve Ashton. So, this class is going to be, it's listed as ribbing, but it's actually, the title is Fine-Tuning Your CSM to Knit Reliably and Successfully. We're going to take a machine from taking it out of the box, mounting it on the table, how to take it apart, how to put it back together, how to change cylinders. What you're going to end up with at the end of 2 hours is how to do cables on ribbing. Okay? Grayson?
Yes.
We have run out of my handout. We just handed out 150 copies. Would it be possible to get some more before tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
When you're done, I can run to the shop and we can do.
Yeah, I have to give you the thumb drive, but I got it plugged into my
Perfect.
computer right now.
That sounds good. We'll make that a plan.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you do not need your machine up here for this class. If you wish to have your machine, that's fine, to kind of follow along, but I'm going to be covering a lot of information. So this tutorial, this class is actually divided into 3 parts. It depends on how well you learn or what method you learn best. If you learn best by reading, that's why we printed it out. If you learn best by seeing, that's what this class is for. If you learn best by doing, then I am here for the rest of the weekend. All you have to do is raise your hand and call me over, and we'll do one-on-one. I'll show you, you do it. Okay, so whatever method is best for you, the best way you learn, that's how we're going to do this, okay? So this is back to the basics. Now, I'm not a machine restorer, which takes a rolled rusty barn find and brings it back to knitting condition. And I'm not a fiber artist on the other end of the spectrum that creates the really beautiful, gorgeous things and creation projects. I'm the guy in the little niche in between. If you have an operating machine, let's say you just purchased your Arrow Locker, how do you get it to knit successfully and reliably? Now, as we go through the class, I'm going to start with just a quick bunch of slides done as a PowerPoint that are some hints and tips that will help you along. And then I'm going to start talking, okay? We've got some cameras set up and you're going to be able to see me do it, but I've never done this class in this particular format with somebody else running it on this. It's always been me controlling it. So we may have a couple stumbles along the line. Just be patient with us, okay? I've got a lot of confidence in our videographers. They've been doing a really, really good job. So thank you, guys. Are there any questions before we go, before we start? Anybody notice this? I apologize. Came down here for the last 2 days. I've been nosebleeds. So I've been kind of making sure I'm not bleeding all over. Any questions before we start? Anything anybody really, really needs me to cover?
Are you going to cover full needle rib?
Yes. To give you a little bit of background, I make no unribbed socks. Every sock I make is ribbed, fully ribbed. I do not do mock rib at all. To me, mock rib, in the early days of CSMs, when people were just discovering these machines, they were all the antique machines, many people had a lot of problem with the river. And there was this myth that developed that the river is hard. It's not, it's just they couldn't really figure it out. And so they started figuring out workarounds. And mock rib was one of those workarounds where you don't have to put the river on, you just take needles out. Well, in actuality, what you're doing is you're casting on with fewer needles. You're just making a smaller diameter sock. So I started from day one ribbing. If anybody's interested, drop everything on the floor. That right there is the world's first 96 river dial. First one ever made. I own it. And I'm pretty happy about it too, if you haven't noticed. So I own 7 cylinders and 7 river dials, and they all have the same slot. They're called equal slot rivers. In the antique machines, they were developed so the river had half the number of slots as the cylinder. So those are known as half slot cylinders. Erlbacher was the first people in the world to do equal slot rivers, and it has totally revolutionized how we knit. Because here's how we do it. Today, when we're knitting, we think of one cylinder slot and one river slot as one single slot. If I put a river needle in that slot, I create a purl stitch. If I put a cylinder needle in that slot, I create a knit stitch. Every single stitch I make can be a knit or a purl, just like a hand knitter has been able to do for generations. It's the first time in history we can do that. So you can create you can duplicate any pattern that a hand knitter has been able to do for generations. Thank you, Erlbacher. That's one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of the company. So, next question. So will I be talking about mock rib? No, I'm sorry, I will not. It'll be all real, true ribbing. You know why we rib? Why do we rib? Huh? There's 2 reasons. Number 1, in the older days, yarn, the only thing you could get was solid color yarns, right? Anybody remember back in the 60s and 70s? Solid color yarns, that's all you could get, right? So ribbing, cabling, lace, that is how you gave visual interest to your socks. And then CSN came along, and they needed to have visual interest, so they couldn't rib, so they started asking for multicolored yarns to give their socks visual interest. And all of a sudden, multicolored yarns became the thing. So I'm one of those people who I think that the reason that we have multicolored and self-striking yarns today is all due to CSN users. Today, do you realize how hard it is to find solid color yarn? Yeah. And I make only solid color yarn socks because I make kilt hose for guys. So we can't use self-striking and bright colored yarns. So when you see me and see the socks I make, it's like what I've got on, all solid color, or contrasting like that. So to me, I needed visual interest, so I do ribbing or cables, and that's the visual interest in my sock. And that's one of the reasons for ribbing. The other reason for ribbing is ribbing will expand out to its unribbed size and shrink in, cinch in, so that it won't bag at your ankles. Notice this sock, it stretches out to go over my calf, and there's no bag at the ankle. And there's no change in the gauge, the stitch size at all. No machine change at all. It's all in the ribbing. So let's say you can knit on a 72 and it's too big, but a 60 is too small. So what you do is you knit on a 72 and rib, and it will shrink down to the size of a 60. So it's how do you get in between cylinder sizes? You do that with ribbing. So it will give you the best fit ever if you just learn to rib. And then you get to do all the patterns too. You've all seen the pictures that I've posted online of the cables. Well, this is the actual sock that the picture is taken from. Next question. How you doing on time? Are we live?
Yeah, we are live.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I guess we're live, so let me go over to the machine and we'll start talking. So we're going to go on to one of the number 8 camera, and then we're going to do the slideshow presented up there, okay? And that's how we're going to start. Any hand knitters in here know that that first washing is vital. The yarn will bloom and it will change shape and it will change size. It will change hand. So what we are advocating is do not try to set the stitch size while the knitting is on the machine using your eyes only. And we're going to do that by doing what is called a gauge tube. Okay, next slide. That pesky word tension. If you have ever into the antique books or even the Erlbacher manual, you will have run across the word tension. What tension is referring to is adjusting the VCAM on the machine. Now, it's my contention that it is incorrect. Tension to a hand knitter is the drag imparted to the yarn by the knitter's fingers. A CSM has no drag. What you're actually doing is you are adjusting the stitch size. It is the equivalent of a hand knitter changing the size of the knitting needles that they use. If you are knitting with the same yarn and you simply use a larger needle, you will create a looser, floppier fabric. If you use a too small a needle, you will create a hard, stiff fabric. And there's going to be a range halfway in between there of good hand. And you're going to hear me use that term hand a lot, okay? So we're looking for that narrow range of hand. What is that feels best? Anybody here know how does the yarn companies figure out that recommended gauge that they print on the band of the yarn that they sell? Anybody know how they do that? Huh? No.
Thickness of the yarn.
Yeah. They spin a brand new yarn and they hand that yarn to about 20 different hand knitters and they say, here, knit this a bunch of ways. And then they go and they pick the one that feels the best in their hand. And that's what's printed on the yarn band. So for every yarn, and every yarn is different and will knit differently, find what is printed on the yarn band as the recommended gauge, and it will give you that range that feels best. It won't be too tight, too hard, and it won't be too loose and floppy. Okay? So tension is not changing drag, it is changing the stitch size. Too big a stitch size, loose floppy fabric. Too small a stitch size, stiff and hard. And if you get it to a certain point, too loose or too tight, it will not knit on the machine. On a hand knitter, you can do it, but on a machine you can't. It'll start dropping on you. Okay, next one. So what yarn is best? Well, to understand that, for every cylinder, there are slots, and the bottom portion of the slot is thin, and then there's a large, thick portion, wide portion at the top. A CSM will knit with any yarn where you can take two thicknesses of yarn plus the thickness of the needle and fit it in that wider upper portion of the cylinder slot.
Can you say that again? Yeah.
You can knit with any yarn where two widths of yarn plus the width of a needle will fit in the upper portion, the wider portion of the slot. So if you have a 48, the upper portion of the slot is larger than it is on a 96 because there's more room in between. So you can knit with a thicker yarn on a lower needle count cylinder. On a higher needle count cylinder, you have to use a thinner yarn because the slots are smaller and they're closer together.
Are the needles the same for small?
Needles are exactly the same. On all Erlbacher cylinders, all of the cylinders use 12 gauge needles. The only difference is on a 96 slot ribber, you need the thinner needles. It's the only exception. If anybody wants to see them, I've got some right over here. If you want to see them after class, I'll show you what the thin needles look like. And they knit fine. Okay, next,
Are you sorry?
I'm
are
on
you
number 4. Oiling and lubrication. If you own, go next slide. If you own a Narrowbacher, your machine came with a Zoom spout oiler like this. Notice that the oil is very low viscosity. It is totally water clear. It is non-staining, and it washes right out of your wool. It's also completely food safe. If you drop off a little bit of this on your floor, it will not harm your pets or your children. This is baby oil without the perfume. It is 100% food grade mineral oil. There are 3 basic brands that we recommend if you ever run out of this. This is Clear Est in a Zoom spout. You can also go into a sewing machine shop and find a little bitty tiny plastic bottle of Sew Right. A little bottle like that will cost you about $9-10. Or you can go on Amazon or eBay and you can buy an entire quart of Lily White for $8. Same stuff. What you want is food grade 100% mineral oil. It is baby oil without the perfume. And you'll hear me repeat that all the time. Baby oil, remember, can't hurt you. In fact, if you ever, anybody here a veterinarian? If you ever take your cat or a dog into the vet for constipation, this is what they'll give them as a laxative. Mm-hmm.
And you just had some.
Pardon?
You just had some.
I could test them, yeah. These machines are old world steam engine technology. And just like a steam engine, they must be oiled. At the time that these machines were developed, every machine in the world required oil lubrication. You realize there's upwards of 27 different lubrications on one steam engine locomotive? There's actually a guy, he's called the oiler, and it's his job to know what all of those lubrications are for and to walk around every time the train stops and oil everything. These machines are just like that. You cannot over-oil them. In fact, everybody notice on, you've ever seen the packing list for a crank-in? It always says bring a mat for the floor. Everybody thinks that the mat is in case you drop a weight, it won't hurt. No, it's for drops of oil. So it doesn't hurt your host rug. This also has a really unique property. Oils, by their definition, mix with other oils, but they do not mix with water. So I put new oil. It will loosen and soften any old dry oil and wash it away. If you look at my machines, I have never cleaned my machines with anything but that right there. If my machine gets dirty, if I watch my oil, and anytime oil gets gray or dark, this came off your machine. See the gray? What that gray is a combination of lint from yarn, dust from the air, and aluminum oxide wear particles, microscopic wear particles from the machine. Lubrication is supposed to make it less wearing away, right? But it's still going to wear out eventually, and you'll get this gray residue. Whenever you see your oil starting to turn gray, simply take your machine apart, get a paper towel, wipe everything down until no more gray comes off, put the machine back together and re-oil. That's all you need to do. If you ever get an older machine that's been sat for a long time and the oil is dried and the lint is all caked up, take an old toothbrush, dip it in brand new clean oil, and just scrub, and it'll come right off. All oil mixes with all oil. Me, personally, I will never wash my machine with water. Anything containing a solvent that breaks down oils or a detergent which breaks down oils. I was in a crank-in one time and a lady had a bottle of a mix of motor oil and chain lube oil and all kinds of stuff. Smelled horrid. And she's putting this on her machine and she says, oh, but it keeps it really, really clean. I'm going, yeah, but why are you doing it? I can drink that. Not a hurt thing. And it takes care of anything I need. Do you know why motor oil has detergent in it? It holds the wear particles in suspension to be removed by the oil filter. Well, we don't have an oil filter. So what we do is we constantly oil, and the new oil washes all of this stuff right out the bottom. Because we don't have an oil filter. So we use the oil to clean the oil. Okay, next slide. So it's recommended 100% pure mineral oil, Clear Est, Lily White, So Right are the three most common brands. And you can get them on eBay for quarts. Then you refill a needle oiler. Okay, go back one, please. Go back one. You showed a picture of my needles. I store my needles in a plastic tub. You get these in like Walmart. You got little locking lids on them. And there's enough oil in here that I will always get oil on my fingers when I change needles. Maybe you all remember. Doesn't hurt. And that's how I store them. Anybody here ever heard of needles getting magnetized? Put your needles in a plastic with a little oil. About once a week, do this. You just knock the magnetization right off the needles. I will never get magnetized. 99% of the time, your needles are not actually magnetized. They just picked up a static electric charge. And the way you get rid of that, you touch your machine and then reach over and touch something that's grounded. Touch a windowsill or appliance that's plugged in or anything metal that is grounded, and the static electricity charge goes away. But if your needles do get magnetized, how you tell is you hold the butt of one needle near the latch of another and you move them next to each other. If the latch moves, you're magnetized. So the way to get rid of it, put your needles in your tub, put a couple drops of oil in there, put the lid on, and shake it. Not magnetized anymore. Okay? So there's my tubs, that tub right there, and there's a bottle of oil. Okay, next slide, please. So what do you drop? The axle for the crank, the cylinder needle races the actual slots down in the base where the needle butts run. Anywhere metal comes in moving contact with metal, that's where you oil. Even the bearing on your row counter, remember to oil that with a drop. I oil every time I change a needle. I put 1 drop of oil on the needle head every time I change. This sock has 7 needle changes. How much oil do I go through? I use one of those about a year. Okay? Next slide, please. Your oil.
Thank you.
Next slide.
Yeah, I still.
Okay, there we go. Okay, to me. You're going to hear me say that a lot because, first of all, number one, there is no right, there is no wrong, there are no rules. There is only what works best for you. If it's different from what I say, don't worry, you're okay. As long as it works for you, that's what's right. Okay? But for me, one complete machine consists of the base assembly and the river arm assembly. The cylinders and the river dials are the accessories that you buy as necessary. Next slide. I just don't remember what the next slide in progression is.
Cylinders and rubber dials are the accessories that we can buy as needed.
So I look at it as cylinder and rubber dial as a matched set. So I own 7 cylinders and 7 rubber dials, and each one of my rubbers has the same number of slots as the cylinder that it's matched to and paired to. And with that combination, I can make everything from kilt hose with guys who have calves 24 inches in circumference. That's the size of a young girl's waist, down to socks for a newborn with that combination. And I do them like this. I have 48, 60, 72, 84, 96 in 12 needle step increments. And I can do anything I want. Okay?
I got a question.
Sorry? Yes.
Can you always leave the river on the, or is that you leave it up later?
You can or not. It's your choice. It goes on and comes off real easy. And if you have it off, there's actually on all the Airwalker machines, there's what's called the garage. It just sits right there. So if you like the river off, be able to see down inside the tube, like if I do it heels and toes, I take my river off. And I'll show you that. Okay? The reason that we do this is because of this right here. It's different thinking than they did with the antique machines. With many of the antique machines and many of the guys who were used to working with them, they would change the V-cam setting to change the size of their sock. Today we think of it a little differently. If you want to change the length of a sock, you crank more rows to make it longer or shorter, crank fewer rows. If you want to change the diameter of the sock, you change cylinders. To give you an example, these are from that photo right there. These are all knit on different cylinders with the same yarn at the same machine setting. Notice the width's different, but notice that the gauge is exactly the same. It's like a hand knitter casting on more or fewer stitches. What the result is a larger or smaller diameter tube. So these are what you're going to see me refer to in a couple of minutes as gauge tubes. Remember I said at the beginning, it is impossible to tell visually what the final gauge of the knitting will be while the knitting is still on the machine. Every hand knitting book, every hand knitting pattern stresses knit a gauge swatch. That's because your tension, your personal tension may be different than the personal tension of the person who wrote the pattern. So you're going to have to do an adjustment, right? So you knit a swatch to find out where am I knitting it. Well, we do the exact same thing with the CSM. We just call it a gauge tube. I take this, I knit it. That is where I'm determining the stitch size by moving the V-cam up and down. And then I did 50 rows. And then I finish the ends with a zigzag on my sewing machine. And I throw this in the washer exactly like I'm going to wash my socks. You are going to wash your socks, right? Be pretty embarrassing to make a pair of socks, give them to a customer or a family member, and they wash them the first time and now they don't fit. Because I guarantee the yarn will change. The knitting will change on that first wash. So I knit this on the machine and then I wash it the same way I'm going to wash my. Then I count the rows per inch and I slip it over my foot and check the width. Let's say I'm knitting at 9 rows per inch and my sock that I need to match is, not counting the heel, not counting the toe, just the tube in the middle is 6 inches. 6 times 9 is 54, crank 54 rows, it will fit exactly. That's what this will get you. You want to make socks that fit? Knit a gauge tube. And we're gonna go over how to do that in just a moment.
I have
Okay,
a question.
next slide, please.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question? So when you did your different tubes for each
Yes, ma'am.
cylinder, did you change the cam setting for each, or you kept them consistent?
I did it twice. I did one, kept it exactly the same, and I did the next. I set the baseline stitch size for each cylinder. This is with the adjusting, and it comes out exactly the same.
Yep.
This is without adjusting the V-cam. See the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a slight difference in the gauge when you change the cam, when you change cylinders.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
My question is, I could never really get a clear answer. What is a target rounds per inch?
Okay.
Like a general, what's a general?
Easy answer.
Mhm.
Look on the yarn band that came with your yarn.
Okay.
Okay. I will show you. Okay.
I didn't
It's
know if I
how
should be
you do it.
targeting.
Right there. That portion of making the gauge too. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. Okay. We've already talked about equal slot rivers, so let's go to the next slide, please. So there is showing one cylinder slot and one river slot treated as one single slot. No matter what I put in there, I can either make a knit or a purl, and it works exactly the same. And once you learn how to knit, you can do that. There it is from the photo. That's the sock that's in the photo. The top of it is 2x2 ribbing for the cuff. And then there's full cables down the leg. Once you learn how to use a river, you can do that too. Next slide, please. With the invention or the development of equal slot rivers by the Erlbacher Company, it has totally changed and revolutionized how we knit on a CSM. Now, imagination, creativity are been allowed to soar like never before. There are some people who are doing some absolutely amazing things now that they can do, just like a hand knitter has been able to do for generations. Okay, ribbing. This is unribbed. This is 1x1 rib at exactly the same yarn and same setting. The only change is ribbing. Ribbing gives you the advantage. It will expand outward to its unribbed size and then spring back to a smaller. It's just like folding a piece of paper. If you grab the ends and pull it, it'll go out to its unfolded size. Release it, and it'll spring outside. That is what the advantage of a ribbing is. Next slide, please. We can now make a sock of all any size you want. Now, let's continue with the tutorial over here. So let's go to the camera one. So you've just taken your machine out of its shipping box and you need to put it together. Or you want to change from one cylinder to the next cylinder. You want to change cylinders. Well, this whole machine is held together with 2 screws. They're right underneath the machine, and they come off with the Erlbacher screwdriver. Oh, by the way, anybody ever notice the Erlbacher screwdriver? It's a Phillips head on one side. You take that out, and there's a smaller Phillips, and there's a flathead. And then if you take that out and reverse that, there's another 2 of them there. If you never ever noticed that about an Erlbacher screwdriver, yeah, it's kind of cool. But you take the 2 screws out, then you take the cylinder and lift it out. If you want to change, you just take the new cylinder and set it back down. I will caution you, if you have all of the needles in, some of the needles are underneath the V-cam, you can't lift it. So what we suggest is either take all the needles out. If you're going to change cylinders, you're going to need those needles anyway, right? So take them out. Or lift the needles up in their out of work position and then rotate them until the needles are on top of the V-cam. Are you able to see? And then you can lift the cylinder out. Okay. Now, people over here notice that if you left the needles in the cylinders, a lot of times they will drop right out of the floor and hit the floor. Okay. So it's easier, faster to do it, take them all out. But then you put the cylinder back in, and on a Narrowbacher machine, you have the option. There's a thing inside the cylinder. It's called the river stop. It's this little nail right here. You have the option of reversing it 180 degrees. So you can install it towards you or away from you, your choice. I do mine away from me because I do all of my needle changes and everything at 6 o'clock closest to me, and I do my heels closest to me. So I want the river stop on the other side so it's not in the way. But you have the choice of doing either for yours, okay? But what if I want to clean my machine? How does that come apart? Well, take the cylinder off, take the cam ring off, take the gear ring off, and the machine is completely disassembled. To reassemble, put the cam ring down. Now I'm going to show you something. Remember I said I do mine all at 6 o'clock. I make all of my yarn changes, all of my needle changes at the 6 o'clock position so that they're going to appear on the back of my leg of my sock and I can hide them easy. So here's what I do. I put my handle straight down and I install the yarn carrier at 9 o'clock. That is due to the offset of the river dial, the river tappet plate. Okay? Don't worry about that yet. You're going to see that again in a couple minutes. But the reason that I do this is because of the river. So I put my hand straight down and my yarn carrier is now at 9. Every time I crank around, all I have to do is drop my hand and the yarn carrier goes back to that exact same position every single time. If you have the reduced ratio crank, that doesn't apply. It only applies with the Speedster 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. Now I'm going to put the cam ring. This is called the cam ring because it holds the 3 cams, the V cam and the 2 uplift cams. Now I'm going to put it on. I want to make sure when I put that down in the machine is directly underneath the yarn carrier. Everybody see that? On camera 2. Yep. So the V cam is directly underneath the yarn carrier. If you do not, if you install it this way, when you go to crank, the little wave that is in the needles will be over here on your cylinder, not over here next to your yarn carrier, and you need that wave to happen right here. So you put the V-cam directly under the yarn carrier. Now when you crank, it is equal on both sides. See it? Then you take your cylinder, simply drop your cylinder back down, and put the 2 bolts in, 2 screws. Get my screwdriver. I'm sorry, I live in Canada now, and up in Canada, they don't have Phillips head and flathead screws. They have what are called Robertson head. They're square drive. And so I've converted all of my screws to Robertson screws. Actually, I had to go find a Robertson screwdriver the other day.
Do you oil any of those parts when you reassemble it?
At this point, I have not oiled anything.
Okay.
Once I get it to this point, my cylinder is now in. Everything is working. My wave happens at my yarn carrier. Now I oil it. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to scroll down on the same printout you have. You can actually follow me. And there's actually, remember we were looking about what yard is best. There was a photo missing. It's actually in your printed handout. It shows the yarn and the needle in the slot. There we've talked about oil. Put the machine together. Okay. When your machine was originally assembled at the factory, they use a factory default VCAM setting to knit with the machine and guarantee that it is knitting. It's what they use, and it's real quick, down and dirty, but it works. And it is done from the top of the VCAM to the top of the cylinder. That distance is 1 1/4 inches or 3.2 centimeters. So you just take a ruler and you just set it on there. That's factory default rough setting. Every single yarn is different, will knit differently, and will require a different VCAM setting. But knowing what the factory default was, you can always go back to that and it will still knit.
What was it? 1 and what?
1 1/4 inches or 3.2 centimeters. Part 1.
Page 6,
Page 6, thank you.
right side, Bob.
Nope,
Oh, page 6 or mom. Page 7.
page 7. Yep, page 7, right there.
Oh, the picture.
The picture shows the picture of a ruler measuring from the top of the VCAM to the top of the cylinder, 1 1/4 inches. That is the only time that I will use a ruler on a CSM. The only time. I know that there are a lot of people who advocate buying a caliper or one of the stitch gauge for sewing. I'm going to show you a way of figuring it out. You don't have to buy an expensive tool to do it. It's already built into the machine. Every single CSM has the most accurate measuring system ever designed built right into it. Okay, so I'm going to show that to you. So the next thing on the printout was I'm showing where the river stop is on mine. I do it away from me. You can also do it towards you. And then it's showing the wave of the needles as they get to the yarn carrier. And then it shows rough VCAM setting, which is at 1 1/4 inch. Anytime you need, you can go back to the factory default setting and it will knit. It may not knit perfectly, but it will knit. Then the next thing is, I am one of those people, I think making a cast on bonnet is the perfect newbie project because it will teach you many of the skills that you will need to make a sock. It'll teach you how to set a stitch gauge, how to crank, how to hang a hem, and how to finish off. It'll tell you about doing waste yarn or separator yarn that I call it on both ends for starting and ending. Teaches all those skills all in one. Teach you how to make a picot. And what if, when you make your cast on bonnet, if you have a lot of cylinders like I do, which one goes with which cylinder?
All the stripes.
72, 7 and 2, and 60. I just put stripes in. And what do I make my cast on bonnets from? Crochet cotton. Number 10 crochet cotton. Number 10 crochet cotton is almost exactly the same all over the world. Anywhere you buy it, it's exactly the same. If I set my machine up, I'm on a video call with somebody in, say, Germany. And if I set my stitch gauge on my machine and show them a video of it, and they set their stitch gauge with using number 10 crochet, they'll be set exactly the same every time. Great teaching tool. But it's also incredibly durable. Notice the color. That cast-on bonnet's 10 years old. And it's made 500 pair of socks, 600 pair of socks. The loops are still perfectly good. If you break one of them, you just reach in with your tool and pull up the next one. And if you ever wear the bonnet out, it's a great comfort food project to go back and just make another one. I look at it as comfort food for CSMs. Little controversy, split ring bonnets. There's currently a big fad going on in split ring bonnets. Well, guess what? That fad was also around about almost 20 years ago. Wasn't invented by the person who claims it currently. And many of us, we tried it back then and abandoned it because we damaged needles with the metal rings. This can never damage my needles. They say that it will make it last longer. Well, that's 500 pair of socks. I haven't worn it out yet. Do I need metal rings? No. And it's incredibly easy to make. And guess what? It's cheap. How much does number 10 crochet cotton cost?
$4.98.
Yeah. For a great big ball, right? Yeah. How much does 96 split rings cost? You're into over 15, 18 bucks for just the rings alone, plus the yarn. That costs nothing. And I can make one in 10 minutes. And I can teach you how to make one in about 10 minutes. Then put stripes in them and have fun. The only thing I will tell you about a cast-on bonnet, notice how long my cast-on bonnets are? When I put them down in the machine, it's real easy to hang my weights on. I got enough room down here to hang my buckle. Does it cost me anything to just knit a couple more rows to make it extra long? No. And then I just, at the end, I just did with a needle and just did a lifeline through all of the stitches. Just pull it tight and put a tight knot in. Does it require anything special? No. If you like the special, great. You know, some people with the metal ring in the bottom to hang, great. Do it. Do you have to do it? No. Whatever works for you. There is no right, there is no wrong. Only what works best for you. Okay, let's go on. The two adjustments that are probably the most problematic for most people is because none of the manuals talk about it. It's the height of the yarn carrier and the distance that the face of the yarn carrier is away from the needles. I'm going to show you the height of the yarn carrier that works best on all CSM. Can you see that on camera?
I'm putting it in solid.
Okay. The yarn comes out of the hole of the yarn carrier and it contacts the first needle halfway between the hook and the latch. Can everybody see that?
Top of the latch or hinge of the latch? What are you talking about when top of the latch?
The hinge point.
Hinge point, okay, thank you.
Okay. So we're talking, here's a needle. There's the hinge point of the latch. I want the yarn to hit somewhere. Come on. Somewhere right there. Between the hook and the pivot point of the latch. Notice it does right there. Then I want to adjust the distance of the face of the yarn carrier from the hooks of the cylinder needles to be as close as possible without actually touching. We used to say maximum distance was the thickness of a credit card, but everybody thought we meant set exactly the thickness of a credit card. So we've stopped using that phrase, and we now use the phrase as close as possible without actually touching. And here's why. It's a round cylinder. We want the yarn to be led around the circle of the cylinder. If you look at this from the top or you look at it from the side, you can actually see the yarn carrier doing a circle around, leading the yarn around the circle. There's another really quick, down and dirty way to check if your yarn carrier is adjusted correctly. I'm going to pull this out, and then I'm going to crank around again. And what you're going to notice is sometimes if there is a needle that has no stitch on it, it may drop all on its own by its own weight. In case you have this happens when you put your cast-on bonnet on, okay? So you put your cast-on bonnet on and you've got one loop over every other needle. The needles without a loop on them may try to drop all on their own. If they do drop, if your yarn carrier is adjusted well, the yarn will still catch on those needles as they drop. I'll demonstrate that here in just a second. Okay, can you see in the camera that these needles here have no stitch on them? So I'm going to crank around and you'll see it make the wave. Now watch that needle right there. See it drop? That needle right there? It just dropped all on its own and it's still caught on the yarn. Go to the next one. See if it'll drop. Still catches. If it still catches, your yarn carrier is adjusted well. Okay, that's your quick down and dirty way to confirm that you just adjusted your yarn carrier. So the height comes out of the hole and contacts the first needle halfway between the hook and the latch, and it is as close as to the needle hooks as possible without actually touching. Okay? Final thing we're going to talk about in this section is the V-cam setting. Now you'll notice, remember I said the pesky word tension? I do not use that word. I use the word V-cam setting or stitch size setting. So I'm going to sit here for just a second while I'm talking. I'm going to put a bunch of needles in. So it's going to take me a minute. I think I got a 72 in here. You'll notice how when I put needles in, when I'm doing a sock, I am changing needles constantly. I'm putting needles in, I'm taking needles out, I'm changing from ribber needles to cylinder needles, from cylinder needles back to ribber needles, constantly changing. So I call myself a needle jammer. Just like a big trucker calls themselves a gear jammer, I'm a needle jammer. It's not unusual for me to do 500 needle changes in a single sock. So you get real used to it. It's not a big deal. The more comfortable you are making adjustments with your machine, the better knitter you're going to be. I'll actually show you how to change from a cylinder needle to a ribber needle really, really quick and easy. It's called the handshake method. Unfortunately, I taught it to someone else, and they have now claimed it as their own. But I named it the handshake method. And it basically, what it comes from is if you take one needle and you put a stitch around it, and you hook the hook of one needle in the hook of the another needle, and you go back and forth, that stitch will slide from one needle to the other, back and forth, back and forth. And so the two needles are doing a handshake. That's how we change from cylinder to river and from river to cylinder. And I'll show you that in just a minute. So what I'm doing is I'm sticking in a bunch of needles, and I want to demonstrate to you how to set the V-cam setting stitch size. Remember that V-cam adjustments are equivalent to changing your hand knitting needle. If I change to a larger needle, I create a looser fabric. If I change to a smaller needle, I create a tighter fabric. And that's what we're trying to do. And I try to get close. I don't have to be exact to what is printed on the yarn band, but I'm trying to get close, within at least a ballpark, because that narrow range of what is the best hand, the difference between too tight and too loose, it's pretty narrow for each yarn. Anybody notice how I'm putting needles in? I reach up with one finger and I push the needle out a little bit. That moves the spring out just enough to be able to hook the butt in. And then I bend them up. To remove it, just lift up, come down, and lift out. And it takes it out. The very, very first needle you put in a cylinder, though, the spring won't come out. So you just take your pick tool and just tuck it down the slot and pull the spring out just enough to be able to slide the first butt in. And then from then on, you just push a needle out and drop. Do we have the capability of taking a 5-minute break if halfway in between?
Yeah.
Okay. I just thought maybe people wanted to, just take a break and stretch. So we'll do that between part 1 and part 2, okay? On the tutorial, the written tutorial. We'll take a break. Okay, I'm just about around, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my cast-on bonnet on, and I'm going to put some waste yarn and then some working yarn, and I am going to find what the optimum or baseline stitch size will be for that yarn. Now I call it baseline stitch size because I can adjust from a baseline a little bit tighter or a little bit looser according to my personal preference. But I have to find something that I can work from, some thing that I can return to at any time I want. And so what I've done is I've found a way of establishing a baseline for a yarn, no matter what. And it gives me a number that I can then adjust from. I can make it a little tighter or a little looser, however I want. And I can record that. And I can then go back to it at any time I want, very, very accurately. I'm going to show you baseline as soon as I put the second needle in. Okay. How long did it take me to put 72 needles in? About 1 minute and 10. Remember I told you? Can everybody see the V-cam? I can't. Wait for it to get up there. Okay. See where my finger is showing the V-cam? It is a nut on a threaded rod. That is the exact same principle as the most accurate hand measuring tool ever invented. It's called a micrometer. When you take the factory tour of Erlbacher, look on any flat surface and you will find a micrometer sitting there. That's how they measure how to make these things. And machinists use micrometers all the time. Micrometers measure to thousandths of an inch. They use the principle of a nut on a threaded rod. To give you an example how accurate this system is, there are 18 threads per inch. One revolution of that knob, that nut, will move that nut up or down 1/18 of an inch every single time without fail. Can't change. 1/4 turn, 1 click, 0.033 of an inch. Most people cannot read those store-bought calipers that accurately. So do you need to go out to the store and buy an expensive caliper to measure your VCAM? No. Here's how you do it. Turn your machine, turn the knob all the way up until the knob is flush with the top of the threaded rod. Okay?
Will it always be at a 1?
Could be anything, because your machine may have a different threaded rod than my machine. But just turn the knob up until it is flush with the top of your threaded rod. Put a dab of nail polish on there at that point. That is now the 0 of my machine. It may be slightly different on your machine, but you don't care. It's 0 on your machine. 1 rotation, bring the red knob back to the same place. I've just moved that VCAM down 1/1/18 of 1 inch every single time. When you do your baseline stitch, you're going to determine, without counting anything, what works best for your yarn. You then simply turn the knob back up, counting the full and quarter revolutions as you go. When you get back to 0, 8 1/4 turns. I can now turn back down 8 1/4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 1/4. It is bounced back exactly where it was just a minute ago, every single time, without fail. And it's accurate to 0.03 of an inch every time. I can then record that as the baseline number for my sock. And I do that on a little sheet. I have a 5x8 cards, and I record this gate for it for VCAM setting. And it said 8 1/4 turns. Anytime I use that yarn, I can go 8 1/4 turns on the VCAM, and I'm back exactly the same gauge as I was before, every time. Everybody understand that? Anybody unclear about that? Turn all the way up until it's flush with the top of the threaded rod. Maybe different on your machine. Your machine may have a different length of threaded rod. Doesn't matter. The nut is flush with the top of the threaded rod. Okay? Put a dab of nail polish on it. Don't mind about the numbers stamped in the top. Put a dab of nail. That's your 0. Then count number of full and quarter revolutions as you turn down. It's a 0 mark. You don't understand the nail polish? Can you see it right there in the photo? See the red daub?
Oh,
See it?
okay.
There's 0. Right, actually, that's 0 right there.
Yeah.
There's 1 full turn.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Is anybody else confused about this measuring system? Everything has to be measured somehow. Even a tape measure has a 0 point, right? A starting point. Or every ruler has a 0. All we're doing here is finding what the 0 is on the CSM. And then from 0, we can then measure anything. And it will always be the same.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
You said, so you know when you go back to that same yarn.
Yep.
And you've got an index card for it.
Yep.
So that theoretically, you, in order to be correct, you would need an index card for every different yarn you used.
Exactly correct.
Yeah.
I have a stack of 5x8 cards about that thick. Luckily, I make 99% of all of my hose out of the exact same yarn. Because it's one of the very few solid color yarns that I can ever find. Am I on camera? No. Okay.
I'm putting you in camera.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
It's okay.
What's your salad color yarn?
Sweet Georgia.
Yes.
Sweet Georgia. By the way, if anybody ever used Sweet Georgia? She just bought a CSL. She just bought an Erlbacher.
Yeah, we watched the video.
Yeah, she just bought an Erlbacher. Speedster.
That's my next question.
Yeah.
When we ordered this, I thought they said the Speedster wasn't available.
It wasn't listed on there.
Or is the Speedster just the difference of the handle?
Is the difference of the handle. The machine is exactly the same. You can put either the large crank handle or the smaller crank handle on the exact same machine on any machine after serial number 300. The little rod on the bottom of the machine has two holes in it. This one right down here. Has two holes. One is for the small crank, one is for the big crank. So they used to call the original machine, the green and yellow one, they called it the original or the reduced ratio machine. Then the one with the larger crank was called the Speedster 1x1. Now we just say it's an Erlbacher, which handle would you like? Because you can put both of them on. I actually own both handles and they're interchangeable. Now, the advantage of the smaller crank is it's less effort to crank on it. It's kind of like changing the gears on a bicycle to go uphill.
You just have to crank it twice.
So you have, it's actually 5 to 4 ratio. So if you have mobility issues, you may prefer the smaller crank. But the larger crank, one turn of your hand, one turn of the row counter, every time. So 99% of the time I use the large crank, just because I always drop my hand and my yarn carrier always comes back to the exact same spot. Okay? So since COVID, Erlbacher has changed a little bit about how they describe things. It's, you get the Erlbacher machine, what crank do you want? Then they go, and what color do you want?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, is that cool or what?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll show you in a minute. Okay. Oh, okay, thank you. So, are there any questions? Anybody need me to demonstrate this VCAM 0 to them on their machine? Everybody got it? Okay, now we're going to go and talk about how to find a baseline stitch size for any single yarn you want. So what you do is you put your cast-on bonnet on. And as you're putting your cast-on bonnet on, this is one of those things that a lot of people, you know, they kind of think that it's tedious or something. And then there are the other ones of us, I kind of like doing this. It's kind of fun. It's kind of like making a cast-on bonnet. I think of it as comfort food. This is one of those things that is just, oh, I get to do that again. That's kind of easy.
Yeah, because you've done it so many times, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, but at least it hasn't gotten to the point of being tedious yet. You know how some tasks are just, you do them over and over and over, and after a while they just, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. This one has never gotten to that point.
The only suggestion I might make for us old people with old eyes is it seems like it's easier if you to see the stitches on a lighter colored yarn than a darker colored yarn.
I'm 72 and I have glasses and an astigmatism, and I'm still cranking.
No, but
The secret, get better light.
Oh,
Yeah. If you have not yet found a nice good lighting for your CSM table, get some good lighting. LED lights are now, you can buy them in true sunlight color, 56,000 Kelvin. And if you go downstairs, look at the 2 LED lights that I have. I have one on each side, so I never have shadows. And they have USB ports built into the bottom. I can charge my cell phone at the same time, and they're true daylight color. They're just wonderful, and they cost like, I think I paid $16.99 a piece for them. You know, it didn't cost hardly anything. Okay, so how do we start out? Well, we put our cast-on bonnet on, and then we put our buckle on. And you're going to notice I'm going to do something weird. I use 2 buckle weights and only 2 buckle weights. To me, here's how it works. If you've ever noticed, held your buckle weights up, there's 2 thick ones and 1 thin one. The thick one on the base is 2 pounds. There's another 2 pound, and then there's a 1 pound. If I stack them up, I can create 2, 3, 4, or 5 pound increments. 1 buckle, 1 weight is for very, very thin or slippery yarns. 2 is for normal sock yarns. All 3 are for very, very heavy, thick, or sticky yarns. Anybody here use Briggs & Little brand yarns? Notice how sticky they are? Yeah, they're incredibly sticky. So sometimes you might need 3. 99 times out of 10, I knit with 2 weights. The least amount of weight possible to do the job without distorting the knitting. The more weight you hang on, the more you're going to distort your knitting as you do it. So I use 2 weights. And when I am doing a gauge tube, I always do it under the same conditions. So I always do it with 2 weights. So it's always the same. Okay, so now I'm going to start knitting around. Oh, helps if you put your V-cam back down. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That will now knit. Anybody notice my pick tool? You know what it's made from?
Can't see it.
A crochet hook, oh,
It's, you know those wire things that they put election signs in your front lawn? Well, after the elections are over, I go around and I steal everybody's sign things and I make pick tools with them.
I'm gonna read about you in the paper.
Yeah, I know.
Or online, I should say.
Well, strangely in Canada, seeing as how I'm an American, but I live in Canada now, when there are U.S. elections, we actually end up with U.S. election signs on people's lawns in Canada. And I go walking around the neighborhood going, you can't even vote in that election. What do you got to sign up for? See, I can, but they couldn't. Okay, so now we're going to go around and knit. Up. That lady, I just broke that lady's camera. So there's my separator yarn. And here comes my working yarn.
I love that color,
Thank you. That is,
like olive.
yeah, it's almost an olive color. That's a Sweet Georgia. I think that's called Bison, if I'm not mistaken.
And she sells it by the phone on her website?
No, sold by the Hank. This is wound on my Wizard winder. This is, at right now is 7 pounds. That's
7 pounds or 3?
7 pounds of yarn on one
Oh,
cone.
she's in
I wound it. It's you see on the inside it's gray, and then it goes. There's I think 42 110 gram cones or hanks wound on one time. I was trying to see how much I could fit on one cone. Okay, so now I'm knitting. Now here's this whole thing about setting a baseline stitch size. I already know how to find 0 on my VCAM. Now I have to find an appropriate stitch size for the yarn that I am using. You're going to hear me say this over and over and over. Gauge is everything. It's all about gauge. And gauge is determined from the yarn, not the machine. So we'd use the yarn to set the gauge. And here's how we do it. Notice I'm going to watch right here, just after the yarn carrier, where the needles are going under the VCAM. This is called the working area. It's only about 2 inches big. I do not care what's happening over here on the other side of the machine. These needles are idle. They're not doing anything. All of the work is happening right here in the working area. So that's the area that I'm going to concentrate on. It's not where I watch all the time, but it's where I'm concentrating. And what I'm watching is the needles after they've gone under the VCAM and they're rising back up right here. You're going to be able to see the needles rise up on the needles as the needles rise and then drop right back down to the top of the cylinder. Watch them right here. See them rise just momentarily and then drop back down? I'll do it a little faster. Right there. See them rise and drop.
We're delayed.
Yeah, we're on a delay.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
there's a lag. Can you see them rise and fall?
Yes.
Okay, if they rise and fall, raise the VCAM by 1/2 turn. 2 clicks. Crank again. Watch the needles. As the needles rise, the stitch will rise up on the needle and drop right back down. See it? You see it? Raise another 1/2 turn. At some point, the stitches will rise up on the needles and stay up.
Is that too tight?
See them?
Yeah.
See the stitches rise up on the needles and stay up?
Yeah.
You are now stop. You just went 1/2 turn too much. Take out that last 1/2 turn. Turn it back down 1/2 turn. Crank again. Up. Go back down. I just went up. Down. Down. Take out that last 1/2 turn adjustment and then do one more 1/2 turn to account for the heel spring for a total of 1 full turn. The stitches will now rise up and fall back down again. That is the baseline stitch size for this yarn. It may be different for any other different yarn, but you find the baseline stitch size for that yarn every time. I can make it a little bit tighter by raising the VCAM 1/2 turn and adding the 3rd buckle weight. I can make it looser by backing off 1/2 turn. But I now have something to measure to. Now, all I have to do to find out what that setting is turn this knob back up to 0, counting full and quarter turns as I go. 1/2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 1/2. I can now go back to that exact same stitch size by simply going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. Exact same stitch size. Every single time accurate. I will then, once I have found the appropriate baseline stitch size for the yarn, that's what was right here. I then do a couple rows of separator yarn, and then I knit 50 rows at baseline. I take that off the machine. I run it through my sewing machine on a zigzag so that the ends won't ravel, and I toss that in the washing machine, just like I wash my socks. I happen to wash my socks in cold water, liquid detergent in a delicate bag. How I do mine. However you do yours, that's great. When this comes out and it's dry, that is now how I measure. I can now measure how long that is, divide by 50, that will tell me how many rows per inch. And I can slide it over my foot and confirm the width. If it's too big, rib. If it's too small, go up to the next cylinder. Your base cylinder assembly is now fully adjusted. Okay?
So
That divide by 50.
Divide by 50.
You made 50 rows
50 rows.
and one.
Divide by 4.
uh,
It's 4 inch. It's 4 inches. 50 divided by 4. How many rows per inch? Okay. Whatever the length is. If it's 4.5, you divide 50 by 4.5. Sorry, I misspoke.
No problem. I was lost there.
Math teacher?
No.
Oh,
Just
that's okay. Every once in a while, I'll say something and somebody will correct me and I'll go, oh, English teacher. Yeah. So, does anybody have a question about adjusting the base cylinder assembly before we go on to part 2, adjusting the river assembly to the cylinder? Okay, yes.
So if you use that same yarn,
Mhm.
you know that you have to put out 8 inches.
Yep.
If you get a different color,
It's different and it will go, yep. That's the thing. Every yarn, every hand knitter will attest to this. Every yarn is different and will knit differently. Even a different color dyed on the same base will knit differently. Same Sweet Georgia yarn, Tough Love sock, white will knit totally different than black. Totally different.
The darker.
So I have a 3x5 card with that setting for the white and a 3x5 card for the setting for the black. The difference between, the bison and the brown, is very little difference. But between white and black, yeah, big difference. Next question.
And then if the yarn company changes their supplier.
Everything out the window. Or your yarn supplier buys an Aerobacher, uses up all their yarn, knitting socks, and then can't sell you anymore. Yeah, now you're in real trouble. Any other questions?
Do you feel the dye that the yarn has been dyed changes the age?
Absolutely. Yep. Even 2 colors on the same base will knit totally differently. So we have to find some way of finding a baseline to measure from. And that's what this is. This is a method to find a baseline. I can then adjust from this, but at least I have something to measure to, right? And how do you measure? Turn the crank, turn the knob. Can't get much simpler than that. So if there's nothing else that you take away from this on your machine, height of yarn carrier, high enough so that the yarn comes out of the hole and contacts that first needle halfway between the hook and the latch. And then adjust it in so it is as close to the needle hooks as possible without actually touching. and then find your 0 point on your VCAM setting, put a dab of nail polish on it. You're then ready to knit a gauge tube. And for every yarn, you knit 1 gauge tube, wash it, and then you can measure. And from that measurement, you can make a sock that will fit exactly, perfectly, every single time without fail. Anybody here notice I don't have a ruler on my table? I don't have one of those little wooden measuring things. I don't use them. One of the reasons I don't use them is because I was at a yarn festival once, and there were hundreds of vendors, and they were all selling different versions of those wooden ruler things. So I walked around and I borrowed 5 of them, and I laid them down on a table next to each other. They were as much as an inch difference, one from another. Anybody here know what is the world standard for shoe sizing? Called a Brannock device. It's in my book. It's in the thing. It's a silver thing. You used to go into a shoe store and you'd sit down and the guy would pull out the little cart with the little ramp on the front and he'd get a Brannock device and he'd measure both of your feet. And it measures the length and the width and the arch all in one time. It used to be that you would know your shoe size. I'm a 9DD. When was the last? Anybody here know what their shoe size is? No, you don't. Have you had your shoes measured with the Brannock device in the last 30 years? Yeah.
That never fits.
Which shoe size?
11D.
11D?
11.5D.
11.5D? Yeah, pretty close. Yep. 9 times out of 10, if you go into a shoe store today, the size is listed only as the number. There's no letter part. The letter is the width of your foot.
Men's shoes are though.
Not anymore, they're not. They're measured as there. Yeah. I know in one certain type of shoe, I am a 10 triple D. In another brand of shoe, I'm a 9.4E. You realize there is no U.S. standard for shoe sizing? Currently, in the United States, there are 11 different shoe sizing systems in use, and Nike has their own that is totally unique just to them. It's almost like going and buying blue jeans. Or do you have Lee or do you have Levi? Shoe size is the same way. So if you are doing anything and you're trying to make a sock to a particular size, can I give you a hint? Go into your sock drawer, pull out a good fitting pair of socks and measure just the length of the tube between the heel and the toe. Don't measure the heel, don't measure the toe, just the tube in between. Let's say, for example, that tube is 6 inches long. And let's say, for example, that your gauge tube shows that you are knitting at 9 rows per inch. 9 times 6 is 54. Crank 54 rows, the sock you make will be exactly the same size as the sock you measure. Every single time. Then take your gauge tube and slide it over your foot. If it's too big, rib the sock and it will shrink down. If it's too small, move up to the next higher slot cylinder. It doesn't get any simpler than that, folks. Okay, let's take 15 minutes, walk around, go to the little girl's room, or whatever anybody needs to do. I will see back and we'll start part 2 in 15 minutes.
That's what I was thinking.
I ordered this. Thanks.
oh, do we owe them gratitude like you can never imagine. Some of those older people who figured this out without any help, they must have been geniuses. But today, we have the internet. We have brand new machines made by computer-controlled mills and lathes that are so accurate. And we have crank-ins like this, and we have equal slot rivers, which have allowed imagination and creativity to soar like never before in the history of these machines. So we're in a time where we are standing on the shoulders of all of those who have gone before us and had to figure this out without the help. So we now think of this and we look at it as adjust the base assembly first and then adjust the river to the base assembly. So let's look at a river for a moment. How does it work? Well, we've already taken apart a cylinder base assembly, and you saw the gear ring, and you saw the cam ring, and then you set it down to the yarn carrier. We put the cylinder back in. That's how a base assembly works. How does a river work? Well, if you look at the bottom of a river tappet plate, it has all the same parts that the cylinder does. This is the equivalent of the cam ring of the cylinder. There is a little piece which moves right here. It's called the dog leg. It's the equivalent of the V cam of the cylinder. See it move? It's changing the stitch size. See it move? I'm moving that little mouse with the arrow. The one with the arrow. That's the equivalent of the V-cam. It's called the dog leg. It's shaped like a dog leg. But that is the equivalent of the V-cam. Then there is what is called the in-out lever on the top of the V-cam. Okay? See me move it? Let me put this one down. There. And there. And what that is moving is a circular thing on the back side, right here. And it's directing the needle butts in one of two tracks. The out position directs the needle butt to the inner track, and the needle will not stick out and catch a stitch. The in or in work position directs the needle over a little eyebrow-shaped piece right here. That's your uplift cam. Just like on your cylinder, you have the uplift cam that clicks. There is the uplift cam of the river. So if you are out of work, or just the same as lifting your cylinder needles up. Now they're idle, they don't do anything. In work, and now they will extend out, accept new yarn, pull back in with the dog leg, V-cam, and make a stitch. So that's how a tappet plate works. The tappet plate is the equivalent of the V or the cam ring of the cylinder. So how does it go together? Well, there's two types. There's the original and the 2.0 hybrid. If you have a 2.0 hybrid, it has a center pin. You put some Vaseline on the center pin, okay? What that does, this is aluminum, this is steel. Aluminum rubbing against steel will do what is called galling. It will weld itself together. Vaseline will prevent that. So put just a little light layer of Vaseline on the center pin. Then hold the center pin and stick the rubber dial down over the center pin and hold it in your hand like this. Now, there is a thing called a rick washer. It's this part right here. I've got Vaseline on here, so no one's here. There's a rick washer. If your rubber dial has a large center portion, you put the rick washer in. If yours has a very small center portion, you don't need the rick washer. It's only to keep the needles from going too far in on these big diameter rubber dials. Okay, that's what the rick washer does. But there it is, center pin, rubber dial held in the palm of my hand. Now I'm going to take the tappet plate and I'm going to drop it down over the top of the rubber dial. Now I'm going to take the rubber arm and I'm going to drop it down over the top of the tappet plate. I'm holding it from the bottom. And then I'm going to tighten the knob on the side, the little brass knob on the side of the arm right here. Okay? That holds the center, the rubber arm to the center pin. I can now drop it and hold it by the arm alone. What you want to do at this point is look right here, right underneath the rubber arm and the top of the tappet plate. There should be no gap. If you see that, see the gap? See the gap right there? That's wrong. What you do is loosen the knob, grab it by the bottom, and make sure that when you fasten it, when you tighten it up, there is no gap there. It still rotates freely, but there's no gap. Okay? If you have the old style, or the original style rubber arm, this is the old Gerhardt style. It has two screws on the top. The way you take the rubber dial off is you take out that bolt on the bottom, and then it just falls down. This is the original style. It was a little harder to center it on the machine because every time you want to undo this nut to time it, you also had to undo this one, which centers it. And so it was a little finicky. It took about 3-4 times to get it just exactly right. Okay? A little bit more finicky, but works exactly the same way. If you take the tappet plate off, it has all the same parts underneath it. It has a dog leg, V cam, it has an uplift cam, it has an in-out lever, everything else. The only difference is how it attaches to the rubber arm. So, one. Oh, by the way, the mount on the side of your machine works with either the original or the hybrid, but not both. So you get one or the other. If everybody ever is interested, come up and look at my machine. It has both rubber mounts on it. The reason for it is I have a multicolored mast for doing argyles, which fit in the original mount. And it rotates with the V-cam so my yarns never twist. So I can do argyles. I can knit with 8 colors simultaneously. You'll notice I did not bring a sample of my argyles. I did not bring my multicolored mask because I was anxious not to. But I mentioned it, and you can see online, I posted pictures of my argyle socks and my multi-mask. You can see them online, okay? So yes, I can do 8 colors simultaneously and they don't twist. And it all came down to one day. I looked and I went, oh, wait a minute. I just put the hybrid on. Now I've got an extra mount. What do I do with that? Oh, I can put it back on the machine. I can make something cool. And it worked.
Do you have to have a drink after that? 8 colors?
Anybody ever notice when I walk around? You almost always see me with this in my hand. No, it's actually real coffee, and it's only coffee. But the reason I carry it around, I used to be a helicopter pilot in the U.S. military, and I carry around my coffee cup. And my commander once looked, I was his maintenance officer, and he goes, "Steve, don't you ever put that coffee cup down. I can find you whenever I want you." So anyway, that's where that came from. So, does anybody have any questions about how a river goes together or how it operates?
No, but
It comes apart, just undo that screw right there, that knob, and the whole thing will fall apart.
no, the question I've got is, you bought it, a can like this, so it's already pre-vacuumed.
Yes, if you use a factory like that, it is already pre-Vaseline. You have one missing part.
They just.
But things right stop. That was the next thing I was going to cover, is there is one missing part. It's this little L-shaped pin right here. It's called the drive pin. When you put this together, it goes down through the river arm and it fits up against a little screw with a knob. This little screw with a nut on it is driven by the drive pin, and adjusting that screw in or out is how you time the river tappet plate to the cylinder cam ring. Because what you're adjusting is this uplift cam to that uplift cam. You're not adjusting river to dial or cylinder. You don't care about the slots in the river dial or the slots in the cylinder. You are adjusting this tappet plate to the cam ring on the cylinder. And that's all. Okay, that's going to become important when I start showing a close-up of how to time. Okay? I mixed up river arms. So who did we borrow? You had an original, right?
I had original and the newer one.
Here's
The
your
hybrid and
original back.
Okay, thank you.
And here is your hybrid.
Okay.
The screws and the Allen wrench are for taking off the old mount and putting the new mount on.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
So there's the bag of parts.
Thank you.
There's your arm, tappet plate, and centering pin. It does have Vaseline on it.
Okay.
Okay? Anybody want it?
I do think that.
Wait, she needs some over here. She
Huh?
needs some Vaseline before you like this.
No, I've got Vaseline. That's the
She
problem.
needs it.
Oh, you need some.
Oh.
Yes, but now I have to figure out how to get this apart.
Okay, I'll do that now, right there. No. It'll drop right out the bottom.
I know, I'm with you.
Yes, dude. We have it.
When it's out, when it's separate.
It doesn't take much. Okay?
You wanted to switch on. This off?
Yep. Just lift that up. Are you gonna do your switch dials?
Yeah,
Okay, lift this up. Take out the center pin. Okay. Put the center pin in this one. Reassemble.
so it's already got
Are there any questions about how the, yes? Yes,
So you were saying you put your river on that it made a really bad sound.
that screw right there. It's the same as a brass screw we just turned on the other machine. Just put your screwdriver in there and turn that screw, loosen it, and it'll come right apart. Same way. And when you reassemble, make sure it's right up touching. Okay?
Is this reassembled, would this be enough underneath?
Way too high for right now.
Okay, so
We're
I
gonna
just
talk
need
about that.
Vaseline, huh?
No, it's just, we gotta adjust the height of, okay? Way too high right now. Don't worry, we'll show, I'm gonna show you. That's gonna be the next step.
No
You're
worries.
one step ahead of me. Okay, yes. on the center pin. Nope, just the center pin. You only need about as much Vaseline as what you'd have on one finger. Just a very light coat of Vaseline to prevent galling. It's the other lubricant that we use. One is the mineral oil, the other is Vaseline. Believe it or not, they're the same thing. Petroleum jelly and mineral oil are almost exactly the same thing. There's just one additive to make it goopy.
So why don't you just lick your fingers then?
I do.
Vaseline on this end.
Can you eat Vaseline? Yes, you can.
It's just nasty.
My grandfather used to literally every morning 2 spoons of Vaseline and 2 spoons of Vicks down every morning. He was just one of those old school, that was his normal morning routine. 2 scoops of Vaseline and 2 of Vicks. Vicks Vapor Rub.
And what's in the
Is
Vicks?
this one?
Yeah, what's in Vicks that you want, Jess?
Slide down there, yeah. If you are having problems getting your ribber arm to fit down into the mounted on the side of the machine, put a little Vaseline on those 2 pins. There's a thick one and a thin one. Put a little Vaseline on to help them slide down.
Can we use the oil instead?
You can. Vaseline will work this as well.
We don't have it yet.
Oh, anybody got Vaseline? Anybody bring Vaseline? You got some? We got some downstairs. You can put oil on it for now. It'll work. Okay, is there any question about how a ribber works? If you understand that the ribber tappet plate is the same as the cylinder cam ring, you are 99% ahead of the curve. If you can get that through your head. Okay, I'm going to go back to the close-up of the machine. Okay, here I am. I'm going to put the ribber, wrong mount. I'm going to put the ribber arm down into the mount. There is a little brass knob here, nut. This locks a little pin that is inside right here. It's a little threaded set screw. And you adjust that set screw up and down inside here with the Allen wrench that comes with your machine. Now it's going to be hard to see it because on this machine, the way it's mounted, you reach it over here and then you put it up underneath there, and then you turn the Allen wrench and it moves the set screw up and down, changing the height of the ribber arm. And then you lock it down so it doesn't move by turning that brass nut. Okay? There are some machines where there is a screw right here. You screw the screw in or out and it moves the ribber arm up and down. The Laguerre machines are like that. The Creelman machines, this is the Gerhardt style. Okay? You want the height of the ribber adjusted to the yarn carrier that you already adjusted. So you adjust the yarn carrier cylinder base first and then adjust the ribber to the cylinder base. Let me show you. I'm going to crank around here. Can you see that the face of the yarn carrier is the distance away from the cylinder needle as close as possible without actually touching? Remember that? Okay. Now I'm going to put a ribber needle in and I'm going to adjust the height of the ribber until the ribber needle passes underneath the yarn carrier as close as possible without actually touching. Exactly the same as for the cylinder needle. So here's how you do it. You put a ribber needle in and you take out a cylinder needle. here's how we're gonna do that. Can everybody see that rubber needle? Can you see that easily enough? Okay, I'm gonna put a rubber needle in. Now I've got a stitch on a cylinder needle. I need to remove the cylinder needle. So I lift the cylinder needle up. I use my pick tool to lift the spring away just enough to release the butt of the needle. Then I'm going to pull the cylinder needle down. I'm going to shake hands with the rubber needle and then lift up. And the stitch will pop right onto the other needle. Now you want to see something cool?
I do.
You ready?
The butts up like
Two at a time. Anybody want to see three? Yeah, I can do it. The first time I demonstrated that, the person who was watching me screamed across the room, "That's impossible!" I went, "No, I just did it." Okay, so now we have rubber needle in. We're going to bring the yarn carrier around until the needle sticks out. And then we're going to get down like this, and we're going to look underneath the yarn carrier. And we're going to see the bottom of the yarn carrier and the needle are going to pass like this. And just as the face of the yarn carrier and the cylinder needle, we want them as close as possible without touching. We want this as close as possible without touching. And the height of it is going to be about that high. Oh, where'd my tool go? Okay. Can you see the height of the rubber dial above the cylinder? Right here? Okay. See my tool? See how much space there is there?
Oh, yeah.
See how much gap? That allows the knitted tube to pass easily between the inside of the cylinder and the bottom of the rubber dial. See how much gap there is there?
So you want
The
that.
gap is set by raising the rubber dial until the needle just barely passes underneath the yarn carrier.
Are you knitting as you're also
You can
getting this set
or
up?
not. We're just setting it right now. So we're not actually making anything. We're just setting the adjustments. So you can see how that needle extends out? It passed underneath the yarn carrier right here, about that much. As close as possible without actually touching. It's almost exactly the same as the cylinder needle. Okay?
So would you do that with the scrap yarn first before you put your?
Yeah, you can. Because you're going to do all of these adjustments before you try to knit. You're not trying to knit and make all of the adjustments first. You're going to adjust your machine first, and then you'll be able to knit with it. If you're trying to do all of this at the same time, you're just going to cause problems for yourself. So do it with some separator yarn, some cheap TAM acrylic, and do all of these adjustments with that, and then you will be able to knit very, very accurately. Okay? I'm now going to change from rubber back to cylinder. There's a rubber. I'm going to insert a cylinder needle. I'm then going to bring the rubber needle out until the yarn passes past the hook. I'm going to shake hands and lift up. You see the stitch pop right back onto the needle? I'll do the next one where I did two. I'll just do them one at a time so you can see it. Take the rubber needle, extend it out, shake hands with the cylinder needle, and lift up. See it pop right onto the other needle? I'll do it again.
So are you pulling the cylinder needle totally out?
Pardon?
Are you pulling the cylinder needle totally out?
Nope. I put the cylinder needle back in. I'm taking the ribber needle out. I'm doing the reverse of what we did before. Ribber needle, extend out, bring the butt up, shake hands with the cylinder needle. Up. There it goes. Shake hands with the cylinder needle, lift up, stitch will pop right onto the other needle. Done. You can change from cylinder to ribber and from ribber back to cylinder as fast as you can move your hands. It's really easy. So now we go to one more thing. When you put the ribber down onto the machine, there is a thing on the bottom of the ribber dial called the fin. There is a thing inside the cylinder called the ribber stop. Remember that? I told you we could mount it over here or over here. Either way, when you put the ribber down, you must ensure that the fin is up against the stop and you can hear metal to metal. Hear it? On the Gerhardt type machines, which Aerobacher is one of, it's a Gerhardt type machine, how you adjust the alignment of the ribber fins, ribber slots to the cylinder slots is done by adjusting the fin. See those two screws? You can move this fin this way or this way to adjust the alignment of this slot to this slot. How far are you going to do it? 1/2 the distance from this needle to this needle. You're either going to be aligned perfectly with this needle or you're going to be aligned halfway in between. That's less than 1/16 of an inch. That's the maximum adjustment you're ever going to need to make. Let me show you what it looks like. See on the bottom of my tappet plate, see those red marks? Can you see the red marks? From that red mark to that red mark is maximum. I'm actually only going to move 1/2 of that. From one red mark to the next red mark, that's the distance between one cylinder needle and the next cylinder needle. The maximum I'm ever going to move that fin is 1/2 of that. So I put the marks on there so I don't lose where I was. So it's a very, very tiny adjustment. And one of the ways that you can make that adjustment real easily is put your ribber on and then lift it up just enough so you can get your screwdriver get to those screws and then put it back down. Get it up, adjust, loosen them up just enough. Then you can, with your hand, move it that much. Then reach your screwdriver without moving this screwdriver and tighten the screws. Okay? It may take you 2 or 3 tries to get it to align. But once you have aligned this ribber dial to this cylinder, you never have to move them ever again. Okay? So you only ever have to do it once, unless you want to do half pitch. So what does half pitch mean? Well, if you are aligned exactly one ribber slot is aligned with one cylinder slot, that is called full pitch. One ribber slot aligned with one cylinder slot. If I put both a cylinder and a ribber needle in, they will hit each other. So I can only have one at a time. But I could move that fin and adjust it until it was there, where the cylinder needle is aligned with the fin in between the ribber slots, or the other way around. What is the advantage of doing half pitch?
Double your needles.
but only 1x1 ribbing. That's it. That's all you can do, 1x1 ribbing. There is a half pitch is an old school workaround because they didn't have as many cylinders as they do today. It was just a way of a workaround that they came up with. It was a great thing. Do we need it today? Probably not. If you want to see something really pretty though, go onto my YouTube channel and look at a 96 cylinder ribber set up at half pitch, knitting at 192 needles at a time, all turning and burning at one time.
No.
Yeah, it's beautiful. When you crank, it goes. It's the most beautiful sound you ever heard. Really gorgeous to watch. And I did it with yellow yarn, so it really shows up. You just get this little wave going. Anyway, I'm not a big fan of half pitch. Have I done it? Yes. Have I seen the advantage of it? Yes. Have I seen the disadvantage of it? Yes. So I don't use it much anymore. Every once in a while I will, just to try something. But do I really need to knit with 192 needles? Probably not. Because already I've got 96 and I'm having to use lace weight yarn because the needles are so close together that you can't knit with anything thicker than lace weight. So you get, all of those 196. I mean, the space between one needle to the next is only about the thickness of about 5 sheets of paper.
What did you make? Did you make socks?
No, I just made a sample at half pitch. I just to do it
Yeah.
for fun. With my 96, I make dress socks with lace weight yarn. That's what I use the 96 for, is lace weight yarn to make dress socks and nothing more.
Wow.
Okay, so now we have the ribber going on to the machine and we're going to align because we have the fin up against the stop until it is, you can almost hear metal to metal. If you own an Aerobacher, you have an advantage because you will find a little nail polish blue mark on the cylinder. That will tell you where the ribber stop is inside the cylinder when you can't see it. And if you're like me, you can put a nail polish mark on your ribber dial where your fin is. Now visually, all I have to do is line up blue mark to blue mark. Boom, drop her down, it's done. Everything's aligned. There's the stop. Okay, so we've now talked about height and we've talked about alignment. The only other thing that we have to talk about now is timing. You're timing the tappet plate to the cam ring. We've already adjusted the cam ring in the cylinder, so now we just have to do the tappet plate to the cam ring. Here's how you do it. The drive pin hits up against the head of that screw. We pull the drive pin out, we can put a screwdriver in here and we can screw that screw in or out, right? The nut on the back side is to keep it from moving once we've adjusted it. So you get your small wrench out of your tool bag, you loosen that nut just a hair, and you put your screwdriver, where'd my Aerobacher screwdriver go? In that screw head, there it is, right there. And I'm going to make an adjustment. Now, before I do this, I want to teach you something. The engineer's rule. Only ever make one adjustment at a time. Never make two adjustments without checking it in between. So you make an adjustment, you try it. If it got better, great. But if it got worse, you know what adjustments you made, take that adjustment out, then go in the other direction. Make one adjustment at a time. The corollary to the engineer's rule is find the one thing on the machine that is not adjustable and adjust everything else to that one thing. What is the one thing on a CSM that is not adjustable? The cylinder. There's no adjustment on it. So all the adjustments are made to the cylinder. You got a cylinder, you put needles in it. Needles go up and down. We adjusted the yarn carrier to the cylinder needles. Then we adjusted the ribber to the yarn carrier, which is adjusted to the cylinder needles. I find the one thing that is not adjustable, and I adjust everything to that, and I make one adjustment at a time. Did you notice that when I was talking about adjusting the yarn carrier, I talked about the height first and made that adjustment. Then I crank. Then I adjust the distance away. Then I crank. I made one adjustment at a time. We're doing the exact same thing. It's called the engineer's rules and the corollary. The rule is make one adjustment at a time, then try it. If it got better, great. You know what you did, do it again. If it got worse, take it back out and go in the opposite direction. And adjust everything to the same thing. I can't adjust the ribber to the ribber, or I can't adjust something to something that I haven't adjusted before, right? If you're now building on mistakes. So find the one thing you cannot adjust and adjust everything to that, and make one adjustment at a time. Okay? So here's the principle behind timing. I'm going to do it very simply as I can. You ready? As I crank around with all cylinder needles in, no ribber on, the latches of the cylinder needles will close in sequential order as I crank around. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Watch them. There. Then the next one closes. Then the next one closes. Then the next one closes. You see it? See them closing in sequential order as I crank? Notice how slowly I'm cranking. I'm watching every needle latch close. And I'm only cranking this much. See it? Just because I replace a ribber needle where there was a cylinder needle, those latches should still close in that exact same 1, 2, 3, 4 sequential order. Should be no change. So I'm going to put the ribber on the machine. Make sure that my fin is up against the stop. Rotate the tappet plate around until the drive pin is against the head of the timing screw. And I'm going to put one ribber needle in. And I'm going to take the stitch from the cylinder needle, transfer it over to the ribber needle. Just do the handshake. Up, and I dropped it.
Oh, gosh. See, there we go.
Start crying.
If you don't move anything, you won't lose it and you'll get it right back.
Oh.
As long as you don't panic, if you drop a needle, you can 99% of the time find it until you move something. And as soon as you move, you're done. So you notice I dropped it and I stopped and I didn't touch. And what I did is I actually reached, you didn't see it, I reached on the back side and I stuck my finger on the thing so it can't move. Not the dial can't move. And then I reached in and found it. Okay, now I'm going to crank around and you're going to watch it go underneath here. My in-out lever is in the in-work position. And so the ribber needle is going to begin to extend out. There is a question you see all the time. People will say, I think my ribber needles are sticking out too far. Something must be wrong. Cannot happen. Look at the bottom of a tappet plate. There are two tracks for the needle butts. One is the in-work position, one is the out. They cannot extend any further out than they do. They cannot go in any closer. It's not adjustable. It's fixed. So there's no such thing as my needles are going out too far. It's a fixed thing. There's not a adjustability. Okay, so there's the ribber needle starting to come out. As it does, the stitch that's on the ribber needle will slide off the latch. Then it's going to pass underneath the yarn carrier. And we're now going to look right here at the working area. Did you see that latch close? Watch the next cylinder latch close. See it? There's halfway. There it closed. There goes the next one close. There's the next one close. The next one that should close is that ribber needle. See it close? The next one that closes should be the cylinder needle. See it close? Did you everybody see that? Now watch.
It's very hard to see the detail.
Very hard to see? Okay. Just remember, you're watching each individual needle latch close. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you've got a ribber needle in there, 1, 2, 3, 4. Same sequential order all the time. Okay, you ready? Watch what I do. It's ribbing. I'm not even watching. I'm not even paying attention. And it's ribbing. No drop stitches. I haven't even looked at it. I know. I'm guaranteed it's working. Guess what? Anybody ever hear the clicking sound of an air locker? Believe it or not, that's the same order that the latch is closed. Click, 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 click. If you want to hear the music of latches closing, it's right there. Click, 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 click. Oh, not in my yarn. Here we go. Oh, almost banged your camera. Sorry about that. Look, still ribbing, hasn't dropped.
So is that a 1 by 1 or?
It's one ribber needle right now. Okay? Give me a break. Hey, come on. Give me one by 73. Okay, you want to do another one? We'll put another one in. There's a ribber needle in. Now I'm going to handshake, transfer the stitch from cylinder to ribber, and crank again. If the timing is correct, it will knit every single time without fail, without dropping. Okay?
There's something with the timing on the
Okay. Now let's do the final thing. How do you take ribbing and make something really cool, like cable? Okay, what is cabling? You're simply taking 2 knit stitches and 2 purl stitches and 2 other knit stitches, and you're doing this. One passes behind the other,
Can't see what
and that will change the direction of which the cable goes. Cable will either go this way or it'll go this way, depending on whether you do this or you do that. Okay? So, how do you cable? Okay, I'm going to put 2 river stitches together, 2 purl, and I'm going to do 2 knit and then 2 purl. So 2 knit, okay, so 2 knit, 2 purl. Now I'm going to do 2 more purl. So I'm going to do a 2 by 2 ribbing pattern.
What makes it a middle?
Okay, everybody see that? 2 by 2? To cable, I'm simply going to take these 2 stitches, release the butts, and I'm going to lay them down in what I call park position. Then I'm going to take these 2, lift up, release the butts, and then I'm going to move the butts over to the 2 empty slots.
No, they're still engaged.
And then I'm going to lift up and drop them down into those 2 empty slots. I can't see very well. I'm on the back side.
But now we can see.
Oh, now you can see?
Now we can see.
There. Then I'm going to take the 2 that I had in park. I'm going to reverse the direction on them. And I'm going to pass them behind the other 2 and put them into those 2 slots. Now I just messed this up because I dropped a needle. There's one, and here goes the other.
Are you serious? You in every round?
So every row you have to do
Oh, yeah.
To do cable, like my sample, wherever it is, there are 10 cables in the circumference. Some of them have a wide band in between the cable, some have a narrow. It's because it's on a 72, and I had to kind of fudge them to get them to fit. But I do this 2 swap, this 2 swap, crank around, this 2 swap, crank around, this 2 swap. And once I've got all the way around, then I just crank 6 rows.
Right.
Then I do the swap again.
Right.
But now you swap back.
No, I always go in the same direction
Right.
because my cable goes around like this, so it always go in the same direction. But I've got my cable from the left side is going this way and the right side is going this way. So they face each other. Okay? That's just creativity. Could you make them all go in the same way? Yeah. Could you make them starting out real wide and then going down and then crossing low? Sure. That is the beauty of what we are doing today. Once you have your machine fine-tuned to knit successfully and reliably, sky is the limit to your imagination. The sky is the limit to your creativity. You can now create stuff like no one has ever done before.
Okay, question.
Yes.
The needles in the cylinder stay in when you transport it.
All depends.
Well, I mean, if you keep it upright, you don't lose any needles.
Correct.
You're back to normal.
Correct.
This
the river.
You take the river off, you can move it.
Yeah, I take my I always take my needles out and I put them back in the tin with some oil. I just always do that. You have to? No,
So,
I just do.
weights.
And the other thing I keep
But it is not the gambling, it is not.
Transfer
Because thrives there. So the one thing that I did not maybe stress enough is the turn of that screw, the timing screw. You're going to make an adjustment of 1/4 turn at a time. Tighten up the nut, crank, see if it got better. If the timing is closer to 1, 2, 3, 4. If it's not, take that 1/4 turn back out and go a 1/4 turn in the opposite direction. So that's what I was talking about, one adjustment at a time. 1/4 turn, tighten the nut, crank, watch the sequential closing of the latches. You're looking in the working area, remember that just that little 2 inches right behind the yarn carrier. You're watching those latches close. Crack the nut, 1/4 turn of the screw, tighten the nut, crank around, watch the sequential. And after doing that maybe 2, maybe 3 times, all of a sudden you'll notice that that sequence changes. And the timing will make all the sense in the world to you. All of a sudden you go, oh, that's what it was supposed to look like. And everything will make sense. Yes, ma'am?
When you do cables, do you loosen your tension?
No,
No.
I never change my
No, but
I'm just one of those guys, I never change tension when I'm in cut. I don't use a heel spring. I only use two heel buckle weights, and I don't use heel forks. I use my fingers.
So if you're gonna make a rib sock,
Yes, ma'am.
and you do your heel,
Uh-huh.
and now you just want ribbing on the top of the sock, not the bottom, do you remove those rubber needles?
Yes. I remove the backside, I make them put back cylinder needles, because I also do a pre-heel on the backside, right, so it doesn't rub. So I've already changed, the front half of my machine is ribbing, the back half is just doing plain. Then I take the ribber off, I change everything over to cylinder needles, take the ribber off so I can see down in the machine. And the front side that's ribbed, that's just sitting there idle, it's not doing anything. And I go back and forth and I make my heel. Then I put my ribber back on, I change those needles back to the ribber, just on the front side. Back side still doing plain, and I continue to make the foot.
But can you do a rib heel?
No.
Why?
No.
That's, could you do a ribbed heel? Yes, you could. Why would you do that? It would just be very uncomfortable under your foot. It'd be like walking on an egg. Be walking up, that's like, why do we not rib the bottom of the foot? Because it feels like walking on corrugated cardboard. Yeah, so with the bottom of the foot is always done plain. If you rib the top, it helps it cinch in at the ankle and at the arch, but not as much to make it uncomfortable. Yes. Very good. As soon as we're done the class, we'll do individual stuff, okay? Are there any questions, folks? Yes.
Is there any starting point to put your rubber needles in?
Yeah,
Okay.
Is there a set point?
What's your
that
cell?
should-
All right. The question was, is there a starting point for putting rubber needles in? I, Steve Ashton, like all of my needle changes, all of my yarn color changes, any change I make to happen at the back of the leg of my sock, so I don't see it.
You do it at 6 o'clock.
So all of my changes, needle changes, color changes, yarn changes, anything always happens at the 6 o'clock on my machine, closest to me. Everything. If I'm gonna start ribbing, I start at that 6 o'clock position, that's where my first needle goes, and it goes around. Have you ever seen the circular patterns, the ribbing patterns I did? Because I am starting at 6, I need to know what the pattern looks like on the front of the sock. So I need to pre-plan. Am I going to put a cylinder needle in first or a river needle? So I actually plot it out. There's a circular chart on the back of the tutorials. That's how I plan my ribbing, so I don't make a mistake, because I'm always starting at the 6 o'clock position. But I stop my yarn carrier at 9. At 9. You know why? Look down on the machine and see the offset of the tappet plate of the river. If I want to make a needle change at 6, I got to stop the yarn carrier at 9 because of the offset angle of the tappet plate. So it's a little bit odd, okay? But just remember, I'm doing everything at 6. Yes. So, you had a question?
I do.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
What kind of salvage, I mean, when you're doing these transfers,
Yes.
what kind of salvage are you doing for the,
First of all, define salvage for me.
okay, how do you start with your good yarn from your waste yarn?
Okay.
Like, or how
That is
do
not
you-
the definition of salvage.
Okay.
Salvage, SELVEDGE in British spelling, is short for self-edge. It is any edge of any fabric that will not unravel.
Okay.
That is a salvage.
I didn't know.
Comes right off the loom,
Yeah.
exactly like that, and will not unravel. Yes, there's another one under there.
Oh, wait.
Give me a break, okay? I know what I'm doing. There's another one under here. That's a selvage. So, can you create a selvage on a sock? Well, yeah, you have to. Because once you take the waste yarn or the separator yarn off, you don't want it to unravel. There are currently, at last count, 137 different selvages that you can do on these machines. Almost anything that you have ever heard of in hand knitting, you can do on these machines. My favorite selvage is called a 2-row hung selvage. I have one downstairs. I got about 6 or 8 of them downstairs, but I'll show you what it looks like. This is a 100-row hung selvage. This is 50 rows up and 50 rows back down. So I cranked 100 rows. I hung the first on the 100. It creates a turnover cuff for my kilt hose. Well, one day I was sitting and I was going, I wonder what is the minimum amount that I could do and still hang, because that's selvage, it doesn't unravel. Same way we do a cast-on bonnet, right? It doesn't unravel at all. But a selvage only works with plain ribbing or with 1x1 ribbing. It does not work with 2x2 or 3x5 or 6x2 or any other ribbing combination. It will not work. It'll unravel. So I said, what was the minimum that I could do and not unravel? I found out it was 2 rows. So I put all cylinder needles in, start with the yarn carrier at 9, start with my change at 6, and I knit 2 rows of plain. I reach in, and at 6 I start hanging first row on second. And I'm picking up the bar between stitches and hanging it on the needle. As I'm doing, I'm following around behind myself with the yarn carrier, right? By the time I get back to 6, hanging, my yarn carrier is back at 9 and has just clipped over 3 rows. I then put my river on, and I start my needle changes at 6, and I finish behind me. And behind me is coming in and closing that hang behind me, and I'm ribbing, and it turns out to be almost perfect. You can take a 2-row hung hem and look at it end on, and it looks exactly like the ribbing that's underneath it, whatever that ribbing pattern is. And it stretches and expands exactly the same as the ribbing, and it doesn't bag.
That was my question. I was curious.
Doesn't bag. Are there other ways to do selvages? Yes.
Oh,
There is
no,
the
I know.
old book antique way with the lever, in-out lever on the river top. In fact, that is why the in-out lever is on the river, that is one of the ways to create a selvage. On my machine, The in-out lever has been moved once to figure out what did it do. And from then on, I've never used it. I don't even care if it's on the machine or not. I never use it. That's me. Some other people really love that type of salvage and they use it all the time. Great, go, do it.
So do you just pull the pin to park it?
My pin never comes out, except when I do timing.
So when you do the heel,
I take the ribbers off.
you take the river
Take
off?
the ribber off. It takes me just no time at all to change. I've only got like 8 needles to change from ribber needles back to cylinder. How long does it take to do 8 needles? Then take the ribber off. I can see down inside the tube. I can tell if I drop a stitch. I can watch my heel fork placement if I have to. Just makes it so much easier. Because they're already lifted in the backside, right? They're just idle. They're not doing anything. They're not knitting. So does it matter? No. I mean, you see some people, they take the rubber needle and they turn it around and they park it underneath the spring or they pull it on the inside.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, just do the handshake and just swap it back over to a cylinder needle and let it park it. Works so much easier. The idea is, why make work for yourself? Why make things hard just for the sake of making it hard?
I just
Or
never,
complex.
I personally never drop stitches, so I,
She's exempt from that problem.
In the engineering world, it's called the KISS principle. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. Next question. Yes, ma'am.
Before you go to do your heel and you did your ribbing up
Yes.
to the pre-heel, how many rows did you say you did plain? Did you do so many rows plain before you start the heel with no ribbing?
Yes.
How many rows do I do for a
Pre-heel.
pre-heel?
How big is your pre-heel?
About 10,
Okay.
and it depends on the sock. My average sock, this kilt hose, is a 100 row hung hem, 10 rows of plain for the garter band, because I've got the tied garters on here to hold them up. And then there's 130 rows of 6x2 ribbing. And then I switch out half and I do a 10 row pre-heel, then I turn the heel, and then I do 68 rows of half ribbed on top, plain on the bottom, 3 rows of pre-toe, and then do the toe, and then Kitchener. 7 needle changes per sock.
That's the first time I've heard pre-toe.
I know. You know why? Because I want a Kitchener plain to plain.
Oh. Okay.
So I do a pre-toe. I take all of the ribber off and do just cylinder needles, and I do on average 3 rows. I call it pre-toe so that I never mess up a Kitchener. Yes, ma'am. I cannot hear you.
tappet plate, how
Yeah.
do you keep that from moving?
Crank the machine. It will move for a moment, and then all of a sudden it'll stop. You're missing your drive pin.
Where
The
is-
little L-shaped pin that drops through the top of your ribber arm. You're missing it.
It's a lot to think about. I must tell you, my head is swollen.
Ma'am,
That's what you just.
looks like this.
I'm very glad
Little
to hear.
L-shaped steel pin.
I think I would.
Yep. And it drops in the hole at the top of the ribber arm and stops. Okay? Yes.
I have a question about loosen that screw and then we're gonna adjust this. What is that adjustment?
Timing of the closing of the latches.
Okay, so if it's closing, fine, you leave it alone.
You don't mess with it. If it's all closing in sequential order, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, rule number 1, Erlbacher rule number 1. When you get your machine and you take it out of the box, do not make any adjustments
Too late.
at all.
Too late.
None. Your machine was tested and adjusted at the factory. The cast-on bonnet and the partial knitting that is on the machine when it arrives was knit on your machine. It is already adjusted and knitting perfectly. Do not make any adjustments
Okay, we're.
until you learn. And then once you
okay.
learn and you're knitting good, and you can now make a sock and keep. Go back and watch the video that we're live streaming. If you learn best by doing, go back downstairs, call me. I will come over to you one-on-one and let you do it under supervision until you're confident.
I'm calling. I need to
What's your phone number?
My phone number, area code 250
I know that's what it is, so.
889 0289. My email address, csm911@telus.net. TELUS. So csm911@telus.net. I am on Facebook under Steve Ashton. Please feel free to contact me. We can turn on our webcams and do video mentoring one-on-one when you are anywhere else in the world. I do video mentoring classes with students in Germany. Okay, I'm doing it at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't care, I'm retired, I can do that.
Do you need two people though? Like, let's say I was to do it with you, one person to hold the camera and then the other person to work the machine.
Ever heard of a tripod?
I have a clip thing.
Yeah. I use a tripod.
Thank you. What was that, cell phone?
What's the number again?
Right here.